Hey guys, how's everybody doing out there? Lost a little bit of track of time. I was actually putting down some of the pencil artwork for what we're gonna be doing today. I don't want to waste too much more time getting into what exactly we're going to be doing today, but it is Thursday night, so first of all, it's already WandaVision Eve. Dressed for the occasion. There they are right there. This is the only Avengers t-shirt I have. And I decided I was going to give... Hey, Crystal. Yeah, I'm excited too. So excited. In fact, I'm probably going to watch it tonight. But, you know, as has been the case with, the past couple of weeks, that is also largely to avoid spoilers and the rage that comes with having things spoiled. So, you may or may not recall, I actually did something WandaVision related already. It was right around the show's premiere a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't like it. In fact, I thought it sucked. It sucked so bad, in fact, that I completely forgot to archive it and save the Twitch video of that particular stream. It is the only Sketchbook Saturday stream that I neglected to save for future posting and archiving. And I'm not going to miss it. I thought it was that bad. And when that happens, I usually decide I'm going to try again, which is what I'm going to do tonight, because I've got a much better idea and I'm much more motivated to actually put some decent effort into it. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to do an actual good WandaVision drawing today. I got the pencil artwork already on here. I'm going to see if I can, this is why I don't do a whole lot of pencil artwork on the stream, because between the lightness of the pencil lead that I use and my lamps that I use, it's really hard to see what the hell it is that I'm doing. At least that's how I feel. It's not impossible, it's just difficult to see. And I'd rather not force anybody watching this to have to go through any significant trouble to see it. But sometimes the penciling, sometimes it's good to see the pencil phase as well. How's school going, Crystal? I know you're having some you're stressing a little bit about that, or at least that's what I saw. That's what I've been seeing online. Okay, just gearing up for a big presentation in a couple weeks. Well, good luck. And I think one of my main problems throughout, basically for as long as I've been doing art is having a hard time knowing when exactly to detail and when not to. MCU fandom is definitely a fun distraction. It sure is. Most MCU fandom, like most other fandoms, sometimes you hit a landmine of miscellaneous stupidity. If you've happened to find a positive MCU community to be part of, you should consider yourself very lucky. So, my biggest problem, I think, well, maybe not the biggest, it's hard to tell what the heck the biggest problem was with the last WandaVision artwork that I tried to do. One of the biggest problems was trying to go for portraiture. Saw a tweet once that was like, sometimes the best fandom is just you and your 5 other friends in a group chat who like the thing. And I think that's definitely true sometimes. Well, funny you mentioned that, because, one of my good friends, Sean, aka Comer Codex, is right here in the chat with us, and he can certainly attest to that statement, and that's something that that's the type of fandom that we have frequently engaged in the past. And thank you for the follow, Libby Ashley. I appreciate it very much. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you stick around. So like I was saying, thank you very much, Ashley. A wonderful friend through fandoms have also been exasperated by the maniacal, entitled gatekeeping insanity of human beings in large anonymous groups. That is an evergreen statement right there. I always say some of the cruelest indignities, perpetrated on a fandom can actually be from the creators of said fandom, or more specifically, creators of the intellectual property from which the fandom is derived. I say that very specifically as a Spider-Man fan, and all the various indignities and abuse and general trolling that the keepers of that particular character have heaped upon his fandom throughout the years. The last 13 years or so in particular. I'm gonna do a thing here just so that I can keep this straight in my head, because I'm doing a very specific thing with this. So it's blue pencil time, and I'm going to outline this just so that I know where my dividing line is for what I am about to embark upon. Thank you, Karma, for the raid. I appreciate that very much. I can count on you. Thank you very much. This is not the usual Simpsons. Well, even the Simpsons stuff is not necessarily the most typical of what I do, but today we're diving into MCU territory, and I'm doing a sort of a redemption for the very substandard WandaVision artwork. Imagine if WandaVision had done a Simpsons tribute. Well, that would have been nice considering they skipped the 90s, and I'm still really not very happy about that. That would have been perfect. That would have been a great 90s show to have paid homage to, really. Instead of none. You haven't seen WandaVision yet? Do you have any intention of seeing it, Karma? Because if you do, I'll try to avoid spoilers as best I can. My spoilers. No. I'll still try to keep them on the light side. You're not. It's not a very significant spoiler when I tell you that each episode of the show thus far has paid homage to a different decade of television. And last week was supposed to be the 90s. I was very much looking forward to it, and they skipped it. And I'm not happy about that, and I hope they do something different to make up for that. I want my 90s parody, damn it. See, now I sound whiny and entitled. Thanks a lot. I blame the show. Skipping of the 90s is signaling Wanda growing instability. Hopefully, I'm just hoping there's some actual I'm hoping there's just some actual in show reasoning behind it, and not just that they wanted to fast forward to the 2000s. As soon as possible. I'm just hoping I'm hoping it was for some specific reason. And to everybody who's sticking around for the raid that Karma has brought, I welcome you all. I am Benjamin J. I do a lot of drawing of all kinds of different things, mainly comic book related things. Today, we're tackling WandaVision. In anticipation of the episode that will presumably be premiering at the stroke of midnight tonight. If this stream extends beyond midnight, I will forgive you all for running to go watch. That doesn't seem too likely, though. I will also say, as I'm basically trying to kind of sort of draw him right now, like, props to Paul Bettany. The character of Wanda in this show is 100% the driving force behind it. But she definitely needs a good foil. And Paul Bettany's a very good actor, and I had no doubt that he could do it. I never expected him in particular to stick with the MCU for as long as he has. He always struck me as, so much of an actor, and he's gone on record at certain points in time saying that he barely even remembered the voice acting that he did in Iron Man in 2008. So it didn't seem like a thing that he would end up being this committed to 12 years later. But I was happy to be mistaken about that. His comedic acting, yeah, that's another thing. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him do comedy. I don't think I've ever seen him do comedy beyond, outside of this show. Maybe he has. I haven't seen a whole lot of things that he's been in. And the things that I have seen him in were definitely not comedy. Welcome back, Karma. What else are we doing here? I gotta keep moving. I'm terrified of losing. I'm terrified of losing this audience that I got rated with today. I'm trying to not spend too much time in the thought process stage of things. But I should be ready to throw down some color, and then things will really start getting interesting. Color, so to speak. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Yeah, I guess we can start. I can graduate to the paint right now. Sort of. This is what we're actually going to do. Get rid of all of this. Magical watercolor. Yeah, I wish. It is magical in its own way. Out of the way. Now, ideally I'd want to do this in ink wash, but that requires a little bit more preparation than I care to get into right this minute, so we're gonna wing it. Fortunately, it's not a tremendous amount of area that I'm going to have to wing. And there will be some marker usage later to tighten some of the stuff up. One of my other mistakes, and I don't want to get too crazy insane into reliving every single thing I did wrong with the previous WandaVision artwork that I did, but you know, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you get stuck on those things, but I think another thing that I did then that I'm going to try to not do today is sort of try to fully realize a whole image before it's even on the page. Then what ends up happening with that is, and another problem that I have, that's another problem, that's really another problem that I have, is that I just drag some blue paint out of nowhere. Can't have that. This gives me some time to collect what was obviously not a fully formed thought that I was trying to articulate right just now anyway. I've talked about this before on previous streams. Sometimes there can be a problem with doing too little and expecting to be able to fix it all in the next step. For example, drawing something very loosely and sometimes very lazily and expecting to be able to flesh it out more completely in the inking stage. Sometimes that's true, and sometimes that works, and sometimes, in fact, that's better, but not always. And especially not if you don't have a good idea of what you want to do in that next phase or what really needs to be done. If you leave certain things for the next phase, but you don't know what those next things necessarily are or how to bring them about, you're not going to have a whole lot of success doing much of anything in that next phase, and you're going to end up wasting a lot of time and really not having anything come out the way you really want it to. And it's a very frustrating thing to have happen. You start second guessing yourself a little bit too much when that happens. At least I do. Okay. Well, that with writing, when you outline, you're just like, I'll figure the details of this out when I get to it. Then you get there and you're stuck. Exactly. Very good comparison to make there. There's a lot to be said for being spontaneous and kind of flying by the seat of your pants in some aspects of what you're gonna do. But it's important to know, there's a time and a place, and it's important to know when that time and place is, and maybe more importantly, when that time and place isn't. I've had some of my favorite work that I've ever done been things that, just came to me out of nowhere. I've also had other work that I've done be great as a result of spending a very long time planning it out. A little bit of splatter from the old palette over here. I'm not worried about that one bit because this is all getting covered up in a little while. You alright, Karma? Streaming makes me very hungry. Me too. That's why I've just learned to eat before I stream. But maybe that's not for everybody. Try to eat before I stream. I'm hungry every half hour. Yeah, that can be a problem. That can definitely be a problem. I'm a little bit of the opposite. Most of the time anyway, when I'm drawing or painting or whatever, I tend not to get hungry. And I usually tend not to get tired. My focus gets really sort of tunnel visioned when I'm doing this stuff. Which I don't recommend. It's not healthy, but it is what it is. All of this stuff, all of this right here is getting gouached over later, but that's fine for now. It depends on the environment around me. Yep. I will say during, the period of time where I was in between permanent residences, I did spend a lot of time drawing and painting in coffee shops. And if you're trying to not be hungry while doing that, oh yeah, it's much harder. Much harder. Way harder. Especially to user culture. Yeah, it's you find out some things about yourself is what I'll say. You definitely find out some things. Sitting in coffee shops for hours just getting creative work done. I have gotten some great work done in various coffee shops, cafes, etc. in the past. That is for certain. I've gotten some very valuable work done. Valuable writing work too, by the way. And as well as drawing work. I've also had some bad experiences with it. There's an incident that I won't get into that probably about a year and a half, or maybe almost 2 years ago at this point, that led to me pretty much swearing off Starbucks in all its forms, incarnations. Had a bad experience with that, and kind of decided I'm done with these guys for good. It can happen. Luckily, it, where I live, luckily Starbucks is not by any means the only game in town, so it did not derail my prefer going to Barnes and Noble to get creative, much more quiet. Correct, and I have done that as well. The only problem with Barnes and Noble around my area is very oftentimes if I didn't get there very early, it was packed and every table was taken, and the only places that were left were very uncomfortable and not very private. Not that, I would expect much privacy in a literal bookstore, but there are levels. I tended to not want to have people kind of reaching over me, like, if I'm sitting in an aisle or something like that. One, because it's inconsiderate to the person there, and two, inconsiderate to the person that's just trying to reach for a book, and two, it's just distracting to me. So that's not something I was really into doing. Could spend hours in a Barnes & Noble just browsing around and chilling in the comfy seats, reading or writing. Don't get me wrong, I have spent full days at Barnes & Noble. There is one in particular. There aren't that many left anywhere anymore, but there's one in particular that's still around that I miss dearly because, all this stuff makes it so that's one of those public places that would not be a good idea to visit right now. I believe I'm going to lighten this up a little bit. because this is, as I've discussed before, the only thing that I find that this white transparent watercolor paint is any good for, and that's just lightening up other colors. It serves very little purpose, if any, outside of that. And in fact, it's quite frustrating to try to use in any other way. The swirls is magic. Oh, I got a plan for these. I got a plan for these swirls. If you stick around, wait till you see what I end up doing. I'm convinced it'll work. I'm convinced it can work. We'll see. And again, see, last time, you know, having this much ambiguity and uncertainty at this stage would be driving me nuts. And I gotta learn to trust the process myself. I gotta learn to trust my own process. Which, that is also not easy. Watercolors again, it's been too long. I've been doing, see, the reason why I've been doing so much of this is because now I've started, and I've got a few streams dedicated to it already. I've started painting my new comic book series, which I've been long overdue in doing something in that direction. It's actually one of at least 2 series that I want to get started on, but it's the one that I feel is the least, you know, currently the most stream friendly. So that's why I've gotten started on that first right now. And it's basically me trying to take as much of what I've been learning over the past 6 months of paint streaming, of watercolor painting, streaming, and applying it to some actual storytelling. That could be darker. Funny thing is, I've been told watercolor painting is one of the I feel intimidated to draw to watercolor stream for drawing as well. I've been conquering those fears. I was terrified of drawing on stream for a while. In some ways, I still am. I don't know if anybody else gets this. Maybe you can speak to this, give your perspective, Karma. But you get sort of these jitters before a stream. I certainly do. Which is why I've tried to cut down some of the prep time. Because the longer I spend preparing for a stream, the more nervous I get before it, and the more likely I am to put it off, to delay it, to do these late starts until before you know it, I'm streaming at 8 and 9 o'clock at night. I've tried to do that a little bit less lately. I still stream late, relatively late, due to a couple of things outside of my control. Hopefully when those things are not a problem anymore, or as much of a problem anymore, I can stream a little bit earlier. That'd be nice. But I don't know. I'm not sure when that's going to be possible. Let's see here. So the funny thing is, this shade right here is actually quite a bit more like comic book vision colors than MCU vision colors. With MCU vision, there's this magenta and green combo going on that it's a little bit trickier. It's a little bit trickier to nail down, and I've found that I've actually gotten pretty good with mixing colors. At least for somebody like me that has gone from using absolutely no color in anything, most of my drawing has been in black and white for most of my life, up until the last couple of years. And I'm sort of really... That moved, I didn't even realize it. Sort of really kind of forced myself to get out of the black and white comfort zone that I've been in for a very long time, and try to really learn color theory and color application theory, that sort of thing. Which I do find pretty fascinating, actually. I love color theory, and I love figuring out the solutions to problems like this, of how to match colors, how to make colors appropriate for a particular type of mood. I like all of that stuff. It's just I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. coming out great. Thank you. Oh, no, that's not. That is not green. That would have been very unfortunate if I had gone with that color. Nope, that is definitely red or reddish orange anyway. I haven't allowed myself to experiment with color theory because of limited supplies. We can fix it. That is one advantage, possibly the only advantage, and the biggest plus that I had to not having a permanent place to live for a very long time and not having to pay rent in sort of the traditional sense, I guess you could say, is it afforded me a lot of opportunity and a lot of time to save my money. And the money that I was able to save, I was able later to actually get some decent art supplies, as well as the computer that I am currently streaming on as we speak, or as I speak, as we speak. This is still speaking. You guys are still speaking, in a way, after a fashion. Amazing art supplies. Yeah, you're looking at most of them right here. Not this phone. These. And a good deal of these. I was able to link to hard work and dedication to have your own stable home. That is certainly the way I try to look at it. All right. I'm gonna differentiate this a little bit more here. That's the stuff. That'll work. So now, let's start with this. start with the gray. Graduate that to black in a little bit. But this is another experiment that I wanted to try because I did something similar on Sunday with the Simpsons artwork, and while that came out pretty well, I'm pretty happy with how it came out. I wanted to try, instead of going straight to black, to a black background, I wanted to see what happens if I put an under layer, like an undercolor, a base color of gray instead, and then work my way into black. First, work my way into transparent black, and then, or transparent gray into opaque gray, and then opaque gray into transparent black, and then transparent black into opaque black. I may decide to completely change my mind minutes from now. We'll see. That is a disclaimer, by the way. Getting these wide areas done here. Looks like a whole lot of nothing for right now. Head off for now. For a nice walk, the screen open so the numbers can stay up for views. I appreciate that, Carmen. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate your support. Always make friends through art whenever possible, and even sometimes when it seems not possible. Swirls are looking cool mixing with the gray. Yeah, that's, like I said, this is kind of the beginning. I'm hoping this all doesn't take an extremely long amount of time to get it to the look that I want to get it to, but I mean, it's looking pretty good so far. Thankfully, like I said, I got some proof of concept to go off of, based on some earlier artwork. So I'm a little bit more confident now than I would have been a couple of weeks ago before doing certain projects that I'd done. Let's back to some darker gray, because I really need to make it very obvious what this is right here. that's not a good sign. And the goal here is mostly to more or less base color everything. Once we've completely covered the paper underneath with paint in some form or another, then we can really start getting into layered layer phases and layered tricks and techniques here. Mm-hmm. It's nothing about watercolor, so the whole process is super fascinating. The best part about that, Crystal, is you have no idea how much of this I'm making up as I go along. But I'll give you a hint, it is a non-zero amount. I'm gonna have a hard line over here. Didn't necessarily want to, but it's looking more and more like it's going to have to be. It's going to be necessary to get this out of here and wake up my pink over here. It's going to be very transparent now, but that's okay for now. Anything that will remind me later exactly what I was trying to do here will be helpful to me. I can do some fun things with this here in a little while as well. Almost done with the base color, then we're going to start making some hard decisions. subtle effect. It is cool, but I'm planning on making it a little bit less subtle in a little while. Another thing I kind of dispensed with this time around for this particular artwork is slavish attempt to recreate the likenesses of the actors. On a long enough timeline, with a narrow enough focus on doing so, I could probably, I'm confident enough I could knock out a reasonably spot on, or if not spot on, a reasonably close enough likeness of Elizabeth Olsen. Given that I have other priorities in this painting, that concern had to go first. That concern had to go out the window first and foremost. And it was a problem that I had last time around, is that I spent so much time trying to recreate exactly how the actors looked that I half-assed everything else, and I still didn't make it look all that convincing of a likeness. So it was a whole lot of worry for a whole lot of nothing. Something I was very determined not to do again. Okay. Let's see. I've also got a little bit more in the way of costumes and clothing and mannerisms and body language to work with to kind of compensate for lack of realistic likeness. Definitely see. I'll say in my experience, just some people in general are easier to caricature or easier to draw than others. I say this from, having spent also a great deal of time trying to get better at portraiture. And I don't know how hard and fast the rule this is as far as portraits go. I've heard it said before by some people. I'll say it here. I find that when it comes to portraiture, Every person usually has, at minimum, 1 or 2, at maximum maybe 4 or 5 different distinguishing facial characteristics. If you can get those, it doesn't matter what anything else you draw looks like. It will look like the person you want it to look like. Usually it hovers right around 2 or 3 different things that if you get it just right, it will look like that person. I've seen it before. I've done it before. It's kind of amazing. But the problem is you have to identify what those things are, and that's not always easy. Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's very obvious. Sometimes it's a lot more subtle. Let's see here. Every good artist is a good observer. And to some extent, a pretty good actor. Because in order to recreate certain things, as well as interpret them in whatever style you might have, you have to be good at identifying what it is about something that makes it unique. You've got to be good at understanding why something looks the way it does, why something moves the way it does. I've talked a little bit about Uncanny Valley effects on the stream before. The conscious mind can forgive a lot. The unconscious mind is really unforgiving with what it accepts as reality and what it doesn't. Bringing it back to WandaVision, that is actually quite a prevalent theme in the show, is that deep down, and you may not even know how deep down, your mind can always recognize when something is not right. When something doesn't look right, when something doesn't feel right, you can always tell. You may not know it in the back, in the front of your mind, but you will always know. You will always know in the back of your mind. Your brain will know. Whether it chooses to share that information with you consciously is another matter. Study psychology, there's so many examples of that kind of thing. Yeah, that type of stuff just fascinates me to no end. Like, you know, what the conscious and unconscious mind will accept and reject. And how that sort of thing plays into artwork. Because it does. All art is, on some level or another, an attempt to trick your brain. It is, on some level or another, an attempt whereby if your brain cannot be tricked, you can at least get it to consent. You can at least get your subconscious to consent to being tricked. I'm probably not wording that I'm probably not wording that correctly. Like I said, there's certain things that your brain will accept and certain things it will reject. There are also instances where your brain will understand that something is not real or not right or whatever, but it still accepts the illusion being presented to it. You push that too far, the illusion shatters, your brain rejects it, and you call BS. There's a line, there's a threshold. Now, what do we do next? I think I know what to do next, or at least I'm gonna tighten this up. And this. And these. You see, this is another instance where I'm trying to take this as far as I possibly can before I even entertain the idea of inking it. And I will probably ink this to some extent or another. Oh, see, big mistake there. Gotta fix that later. But I don't want to leave so much for the inking that the inking can't complete everything that I want to express on this page. Inking, like anything else, is a tool, is a technique utilizing certain tools, and more often than not, you cannot complete a job using only one tool or only one technique, particularly not a big job where you're trying to do a lot of different things. So that you were saying before, yes, exactly. That's something else that I have struggled with in the past, which is leaving too much for the inking. That is a problem. You leave too much and it can't do everything that you need it to do. You can't, unless you are consciously prepared to do all of your illustration detail in the inking stage, which some people are, which some people swear by that technique, which I have done before. But if you don't give yourself enough to work with in the first place, you're going to have a very hard time too thin. I'm going to try to dab this out. This that I messed up over here. Luckily, it's in a spot that I will mostly be painting over. Alright. We're going to get onto some transparent black. I'm going to fill that in some places. Some places, like right about here, have given me some nice shades to work with that I don't necessarily want to cover all of them up entirely. So I'm going to try to be careful. That is not a guarantee. I can't promise that I'll try, but I'll try to try. And once some of the finer points of this black paint dry, the transparency will kick back in and we'll start seeing some of the gray underneath, some of the darker shades of black on top. And they'll start playing a little bit with each other. And we'll see what we come up with from that. We'll see what comes out of that. There will still be another layer that I'm going to put over this, but that is important for that. It's important for that to be there too. Much like clothing in the winter, and Crystal, you're out there. I believe you are also from the Northeast, so you'll probably understand what I'm getting at when I say much like clothing in the winter, layers are always better. Layers are a very important thing to have. Especially this week. I can't wait for summer. I'm not as bothered by the cold as some people might be, so as long as I'm either indoors or, if I'm outdoors, I'm dressed appropriately. I got nothing against winter. Making some okay time today. Close to gouaching time, the gouaching hour, if you will. I've returned, had to go say hey to someone real quick. Welcome back, Sean. You're just in time to see if my mad experiment here is actually going to work. Has Wanda ever had a decent solo comic? Probably, but I don't know if I'm necessarily aware of one. Sort of, up until now, of course, now, Wanda's the talk of the MCU and the talk of Marvel in general. But before this point, Vision and Scarlet Witch had some of their best stories told in the various Avengers comics, particularly in the 80s. Avengers and Avengers West Coast. It is also where some of Wanda's most regrettable character assassination has taken, had taken place. Okay. Recently visited the remixes on Suburban Family and it was why. Yeah, I really want to read that. That's Tom King. That's Tom King's Vision solo series. I think he's since become DC exclusive. This was when he was still doing work for both Marvel and DC. And yeah, apparently his Vision miniseries, I have not yet heard a bad thing about it. It's pretty universally praised, as far as I can tell. Okay. I'll start reading Young Avengers stuff now that we met Billy and Tommy in the MCU. Yeah, I've heard some pretty good things about Young Avengers as well. I don't know if Young Avengers is in any way like related to has any relation or any tie into Avengers Arena, which is another book that I've heard of that I wanted to check out. I thought it might, but I don't know for sure. If anybody's out there's got any ideas about that, please let me know, because I'm really not entirely sure. What we're doing now, we're throwing a few more shades in here. One on one device and Saki on another. I had a feeling, knowing Saki is very smart when it comes to the cross promotion. I had absolutely no doubt that she'd be streaming today now that the Mortal Kombat trailer is out. Is she streaming Mortal Kombat though? Like, is she? I don't know. I haven't checked. Yeah, like. She knows what's up. She's, as Chris Jericho would say, she's got it. I actually have to watch that Mortal Kombat trailer at some point. I was putting it off all day. I might have dropped $20 single-handedly. Gotta say dearly so. See, like I said, this is where we get into the opaque color. And I start laying down what I want the rest of this to actually look like. Sending to you on PayPal kinks work to a consensus and love your way. I gotta figure out if there's if there's a quick and painless way to just throw a donate button somewhere on this screen over here. I'm sure there is. I just have to look into it. And it's not a huge priority for me at the moment, but it probably should be, and it probably should become one very soon. Trying my patience today, paint tube. Alright. This is getting close to being empty. Alright. lighten this up. Sorry. I always forget to actually show you guys what I'm mixing. Not the most fascinating thing to watch in the world, but it's better than just watching the page on the screen not doing anything. Alright. So okay. Now this is tricky for what I'm trying to do. Maybe getting a little bit carried away. What I'm trying to do is get a lighter color in between, like in the middle of these tones here. All these pinks and purples and magentas. What I don't want to do too much of is have this lighter color, which is almost white. There's a touch of pink in it. I don't want to have it go too much outside of the base color that I've set up. We will find out why very soon, very shortly. Back to that whole matte experiment that I keep talking about that I'm not entirely sure is going to work, but here we go. Look at that. I was looking for my black paint and I found it on the first try. That never happens. See? Tonight's a good night. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. There we go. I'm going to take this opportunity because I'm going to grab my Simpsons Sunday artwork from this past week because I actually kind of want to make a point with what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to take that opportunity to take a very quick break. I will be back momentarily. Everybody, please don't go anywhere. I have no object permanence when it comes to my chat and my stream. I'm terrified if I get out of this chair, you're all going to disappear. Please don't do that. I will be back shortly, I promise. Okay. So. Turn down the music in my ear. I love this song, but I need to be able to hear myself think. About a week ago, got a call from my boss at the old day job, saying that he had arranged for me and some coworkers to be able to go back in to our normal building, which we have not been allowed to go back inside of since March of last year. And me having worked in that building for many, many years, I kept a lot of creature comfort, personal stuff in there that I was not able to get my hands on since that time. One of those things is this thermos. So I am currently enjoying being able to make large amounts of hot tea and have it remain hot for the duration of the stream. If this was in a mug, this would all be cold by now. Anyway. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? Okay, this is the other thing that I wanted to bring back. This was my Simpsons Sunday artwork from this past Sunday. It's Bart and Laura Powers. If I put the light up over here, I wanted to point this out. All of this area right here is sort of the parts where I tried to blend black paint and red paint in between. And when it dried a little bit thin, which it often does, especially if you use a lot of water. And when that happens, even when it's black paint, it tends to dry with this sort of white film, or it seems like it's a white film. What it is the paper underneath, because the paint was put on too thin. And it was a reminder of why it's very important to base color, to put something underneath, to put a layer underneath. Now, once again, I believe my friend Sean is still with us. We talked, I mentioned this to Crystal a little while ago, but Sean is also familiar with cold weather. I would think. I believe Sean is Minnesota born and Kansas City raised, or some variation of that. The point is, from cold weather, which means you also know the importance of layers and the importance of layering up. And the reason why we layer up in cold weather is because the more layers you put on, the less penetrates down to the core. There is a similar thing going on here with our paint. The more layers you put on, ogres have layers. The more layers you put on, the less of the page that you're going to be able to see. And if that's your goal, if that's what you want to happen, then that's very important to remember. I use some pretty decent quality opaque gouache. But even that can only do so much in terms of the opacity that you want it to have. See? That's opaque black. That's opaque black. It still goes on fairly thin, and it dries even thinner. unless you put massive globs of it like this. And even then, it is possible where it gets wettest to see underneath the paint. This is where that layer of gray and black that I put down comes in, because that way you're not seeing full-on paper, you know, underneath. You're not getting this, you're not getting that all around. At least not in a way that is impossible to manage. And if you're getting some light spots, which we kind of want some light spots in some places, the base helps make it solidify. Not exactly. The base helps it seem less transparent, because if you've got a dark color, underneath a transparent, underneath a dark transparent color, then it's going to, then the effect is it's going to be twice as dark, or at least a significant amount more dark. Hold on just a second. I really turn this down. If you've ever, you ever take two pairs of sunglasses and you put one lens over the other, it always looks darker when you look through one lens, because you're looking through one lens looking into a darker lens. It gets progressively darker. Now, this is talking strictly watercolor. You can always, you can blow this entire thing up and, if you want fully if you want fully transparent or fully opaque color, you can always just bust out some acrylic and, you will get your fully opaque, fully solid color. But working within the world that we're making here and the tools that we're using here, you have to work within the constraints of it too, which means doing this. There is another reason why it's very important that I'm doing black gouache here, and we will see that in the final phase of my mad scheme. Why I want black gouache everywhere. If you're eagle-eyed, you may even realize why as I'm doing this right now. You may also notice that some of these black areas that I'm painting in are thinner than others. And all I will say for now is that that's not an accident. How well it's going to work, we'll see. share the process of how paint works, creating a helpful community here. Well, I'm glad you're getting something out of it. I always like to specify, like, I only ever speak for myself and my experience. So I am by no means an expert on any of this stuff. I just am sharing experience. I'm sharing my own experience and what works for me. And I encourage everybody else to do what works for them and to seek out what works for them in whatever form that might take. I can show you how I do it. But at the end of the day, you guys are the ones that are going to have the brush in your hands, and you are going to have to decide how you want to do it. It's a helpful experience of stories. I appreciate that. It helps. Definitely helps having an audience, I'll tell you that much. I think, I can attribute this quote to Stephen King. I don't know if he was the first one that said it. He probably wasn't. He'd be the first one to tell you that he wasn't, but he's the first person I heard it from, and that is that he who speaks without an attentive ear is mute. That's not to disparage. That's not to disparage any mute people, but you get the idea, hopefully. This has been happening more often lately. There's a trip switch on my hair dryer, and it gets tripped. It seems like it gets tripped now every time I turn my fan off. And I have to reset it. Alright, excuse me. It also helps having a bigger audience in here because you guys can let me know whether or not I'm still muted and I'm not talking on mute for an hour, which is something I've had a problem with before. Something else to note. See, I went over this entirely in black gouache, but it's still looking a little bit grayer and a little less solid than over here. By my eyes anyway, and that is because the paint that I used, that I applied, was thinner up here. It was waterier. It was a lot more watery than what I'm going to try to do right here, and let's see if there's any difference. Read lips. You have a question, ask away, Carmen. I will do my best to give you an answer. Do you plan to raid anyone? Do I plan to raid anyone? I'm a little bit unclear how to do raids when I'm how to raid from Streamlabs. I tried doing that once and it didn't work. If I was gonna raid anyone tonight, it'd probably be my friend Saki Sakura, who is, I believe, is still streaming right now. I'm not even entirely sure. Now that's there, and we go under. Can help walk you through a raid too. Raids help so much. Yeah, I like I said, I'd certainly like to. I'd certainly have no problem with raiding anybody. It's just I tried doing it once and it was just kind of a disaster. It didn't really work at all, and I have absolutely no idea what I was doing wrong or what I needed to do right. So, oh, behave yourself, Paige. Behave yourself. Twitch newbie, what is a raid? A raid is basically as you are ending your stream, you basically hand your viewers over. You basically hand your viewers over to somebody else who is still streaming as you are ending your stream. It basically takes them from your stream to the next person's stream, and it is quite helpful for helping out friends and for boosting viewership. And I have been the recipient of some very helpful and very generous raids, including tonight by Karma, by our friend Karma here. Alright. Let's see. Running out of black gouache here. I don't know if I'm gonna need any more. It sure seems like I might. All right. I believe I've put this off for long enough. Okay. Everybody ready for your bravery test? Who's ready to get brave? Show of hands. Or emotes, I don't know. And what I'm going to try to do here is pull the light colors out as opposed to pulling these shades of black inward. There will be a time for that, but right now I'm trying to achieve a glow here. Basically all you do is from here is you start blending the lighter colors with the black, and at first you're just going to create a shade of gray with a harsh sharp line here. What you do after that is you let it dry and you blend it again, and then you let it dry and you blend it again, and you let it dry and you blend it again until there is no dividing line, until this is all smooth color that goes from one to the next. This is why I use gouache and watercolor, because I love doing this stuff, and because that is much harder to do, in my opinion, in my experience, with any other kind of paint. invited you to our buddy Cody's Discord. Great community there. Host prompts on the stream. Awesome watercolor artists. I'll give it a look later on this evening. We just blend everything here, especially anything that might look kind of gray. And later on, we come back and do it again and blend even more of the previous colors. Because I am by no means done with this. Not yet. And I can do the same thing up here, which is definitely what I wanted to do. Now, the drawback to this is, and you should always keep it in mind, it will always dull your brightest color. Blending is always going to dull your brightest color, so you should always plan to reapply that color if you want to keep that brightness. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much for coming, Sean. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were here, and I will see you again and talk to you again very soon. You drive safe. Tell her I said hi. Okay. We'll blend up here too. Sometimes forget that this is a water brush, and I don't always have to dip this one in my jar of water off screen to my right. It has its own water that I can use sometimes, depending on what I need it for. Have you ever painted anything X-Men related? Not to my knowledge. It has its own water built in. Well, you know, sort of. This whole handle, all this stuff in here, that's all water. comes down this way. That's how I'm able to blend all this stuff without having to dip it in the jar. Anyway, Karma's question: have I ever painted anything X-Men related? Not painted. I've drawn a few X-Men related Sketchbook Saturdays, but I don't believe I've painted anything at any length just yet. Specifically because I'm kinda saving it. I'm kinda saving X-Men. If I do any X-Men art, I want it to be something else. I want it to be particularly. Hope it didn't ruin the surprise. No surprise about it. It's I also kind of alternate back and forth between doing artwork that I don't see a whole lot of anybody else doing, and then also sometimes just jumping on everybody else's bandwagon of whatever happens to be hot that week. I'm not above that either. It depends on the week. Let's see. Keeps the viewing and artwork interesting. Yep. See, like tonight, tonight is basically WandaVision Eve. The new episodes premiere at midnight on Fridays, so I'm kind of trying to take advantage of that, and I'm not above trying to leverage that for clicks and for viewership numbers. Sometimes I don't care to do stuff like that, and sometimes I'm perfectly okay with it. Send me some more Sam and Bucky art in the future. Crystal, I guarantee it. I've actually been putting off more Sam and Bucky artwork for that exact reason. There have been at least 2 or 3 different times where I've been about to do something like Winter Soldier related, and I've held off on it because either I decided to do something else, or I just decided I was going to wait till the obvious time to sort of jump on that particular bandwagon. And I'm looking forward to it. I think I've got significantly more to bring to the table for artwork related to that than I did the last time I tried my hand at it. Brush strokes around Wanda's hand there. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit carried away with it, but I agree, it does look cool and it is kind of fun to do, so. I'm gonna accent those pretty shortly. Only problem is I got too carried away and now I can't blend this without getting rid of that, so I'm gonna leave that alone. I've got a little bit more blending to do. I don't think I'm gonna use this brush because it's a little bit too thick. Let's see if I can use a smaller one. Certainly not that one. Oh, I know what I can use. This one? No, maybe in a little while. This is the one I use. This is the super fine point one. Has a little water reservoir, just like the other one, except this one has a much tinier brush tip. So it's good for this stuff. It's good for smaller details. It's also good for when I don't want to touch too much of the black paint now. Now I'm all about blending the lighter color into the slightly darker color. I'm trying to keep it a little bit away from the black paint because that has done what I needed to do for now, until such time as I'm ready to go back in there and blend the gray out of it. I say that and then I just did exactly what I said I was trying to avoid doing. Oh man, yeah, it happens. Also trying desperately now to make all these brush strokes look less and less like brush strokes. Okay. I'll leave that alone for a minute. May or may not come back to it. We'll see. I have to go get markers. I will be back in 2 seconds. Probably not 2, but pretty quick. Excuse me. Left the markers in the other room. Okay. Let's see. Yep. I'm going to detail some of this stuff. Some new Sharpies and black ink. I can never seem to have enough Sharpies, so I understand completely. Let's see, is this gonna do it? Trying to solidify some of this stuff. Let me see if this is going to be too magenta for this. Not really. Maybe over here in the lighter areas. That's okay. And this is mainly just to get some shading out of the way that would otherwise be a little bit trickier to do by way of paintbrush. And when I come back, with the ink, with the straight up black ink, I will be able to take these areas of shading and make them a little bit less nebulous, a little bit more solid. Okay. I usually use purple Sharpies just for doodling. Sharpies are great for doodling. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. I got a purple Sharpie around here somewhere. I'm not really sure exactly where I left it. Okay. I'm going to try to do Wanda's hair a little bit more justice here. Incidentally, I hope everybody's staying warm out there. It's most of the, if you're in the United States, most of the United States right now is in some pretty is underneath some pretty harsh weather. Presumably, if you guys are watching me, you're indoors. I can't imagine anybody would, you know, for any reason try to watch my stream, you know, outside in some freezing cold. Currently curled up under the heated blanket. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. The funny thing is, it gets so stuffy in my apartment, like when I'm streaming and when I'm drawing, is that even though it's wintertime and it's been snowing all day, I have my fan on and the window open. Because that's just how I roll, I guess. I don't know. You're looking for some yarn. Are you looking for yarn because you want to smack around a ball of yarn like a cat, or are you gonna do some knitting, or both? I don't, you know, I'm not judging. Yeah. Right. Using a loom and smacking the yarn across the room too. Yeah, there you go. Why not have the best of both worlds, right? think, yeah, that's gonna need a shadow color here. Primarily, I'm just trying to give this some depth right now. I have 3 of those. I have 3 copies of the same color. That's useful, I guess. More blending. Get these out of here where I can. Have any ideas of mine for what you use for channel points for your stream in the future? To be very, very honest with you, I really haven't given it any thought at all. I'm barely aware of what channel points can be used for. It seems like such a distant type of thing, to where I'll actually get to do stuff like that. I haven't even bothered looking up what I could do, let alone think about what I will do. Let's get a little highlight color going here. We've got Wanda doing all of this glowy, wonderful magic here. We need to make it grounded in some way. So I'm going to need it to be a lot more opaque than that. Channel points are for the community and things that can help out the streamer. You get there and determine to help. Yeah, I appreciate that very much. It's meant to be a highlight color, but it looks practically gray, which leads me to wonder what color was underneath this color that I was just mixing. Magic summon. Out of here. Let me get all of this out of here and clean this part of the palette off, because I'm digging up colors that I do not want to use right now. I gotta get rid of it all so that I can get down to using the colors that I actually want to use. So away with all of you. This is a great do as I say, not as I do moment. Make sure you clean your palettes frequently. unlike me, where I rarely clean my palettes and then I have to do this stuff on the stream. What is a clean palette? Yeah, what indeed? What indeed? Alright. Then you do this. And now you have a little bit of shiny highlights. That's good depending on what kind of texture you want to achieve. What kind of clothing texture or whatever you want to achieve. Just go lighter and lighter and lighter until you finally get down to a pure white. While we're at it, let's go back in here. I don't know how white this is gonna end up looking. Not very, but that's okay. I got a plan for this anyway. My favorite watercolor artist sometimes uses salt with a paint to add texture. I've done that. I have done that. It's a great. If you can make it work, if you do it right, it's a great effect. If you, I can tell you right now, if you go, I think I've got it down here. If you scroll down far enough, on my Instagram page, if you care to do so, I did a series. I did what ended up becoming a series of Black Lives Matter related Sketchbook Saturday sketches. Right around last summer One of them, I did a couple, and I used the salt technique. But the one that I thought came out the best was the one that I did for Elijah McClain, which was on July 4th of last year. If you see, he's the kid playing the violin, and the background I did with watercolor and just threw some salt here and there, and that was probably the best. My best use of that particular effect. Yep, I think it's inking time. Let's see here. I'm going to tape the rest of this down. For now. You found it? Yeah, it's in there. Alright. This will end up being kind of the home stretch here. It is 11 o'clock here in my neck of the woods. Bust out all kinds of things here now, because now's where we make vague shapes. We define vague shapes. Forgot how much texture there is on this paper, which does not lend very well to ink, so I gotta be careful. Although, probably a good time to find it. Yep, here it is. This will probably work better than anything else. Yep. Yeah, that's the stuff. I don't want to go overboard on the black because I just, I don't necessarily want to cover up a lot of the painting that I've done. If I thought I could get away with it, I wouldn't ink this at all. That's become increasingly my goal, is to see how little inking I feel that I require But at the end of the day, whatever works is still the philosophy that prevails. There we go. I need to use different tape because this painter's tape is just gonna keep coming up on me, and I need this page to sit still. There it is. Who among us can not identify with being unable to find the edge of a roll of tape? Nobody, that's who. Well, see, here's the thing. Painter's tape is specifically designed to be easy to remove, which is great for, you know, things like masking and quick, you know, painting quick edges, that sort of thing. What it is not good for is holding anything in place, particularly something as stubborn as freshly painted paper. So this will have to do. Nope. 801. And it's at this point that we're sharpening up some rough edges. Things that are far easier to accomplish with ink than with paint, at least for me. It's also where I'm going to try very hard to stay talkative, because I tend to get quiet when I'm all up in my concentration here. Getting this for the last stretch. Yes, yes, indeed. Certainly do. His outfit looks so striking. Well, yeah, it's I mean, it's basically the MCU outfit. I want to say the pictures I referenced were probably from Age of Ultron. If they were either from Age of Ultron or from Civil War, so. Which I do think they I do think, and this is especially true of Wanda's general look throughout most of the MCU, but I think in recent years a lot of the movie and now even a lot of the comic book costumes have been designed with an eye towards making them cosplay friendly. Which is perfectly okay. I mean, some people get all up in arms about it. I don't see what the big deal is. As long as it look, cool. A cool look is a cool look. Can't wait for cons to come back. Yeah, I'd have to agree. I've still got a table booked up at MegaCon in Orlando, which they've now moved to August of this year. I should hope that I will be able to, get vaccinated and be able to travel again by that time. Fan Expo Boston is planned for August too, and I was afraid of that. That's unfortunately then I'm probably gonna have to sit that one out. It'll probably end up being a little bit too close to Orlando, and that's the one that that's already bought and paid for. So. Be worth a lot. 2 cons in 1 month. It's really not so much the cost as it is the travel. For me, the travel would probably be a killer, and getting time off of the day job, and also if two cons happen to be on the same weekend, then then I'm really screwed. Main cosplays were Poison Ivy and Silent Hill Nurse. That's pretty cool. Legend got a Scorpion in the future. Nice. Yeah, I've seen, going to cons, you see all kinds of cool stuff. I've seen many wonderful Poison Ivy cosplays. I've crushed on quite a few of them. But, what I actually wanted, I before all of this horrible stuff started happening, I really was trying to work towards a goal of doing other conventions, less conventional conventions. Aside from the usual comic book stuff, I wanted to start branching into doing more horror conventions, more maybe video game related stuff. But for that to happen, I also have to do more art related to that stuff. That's why I really last year around Halloween time, I really went all out doing a lot of horror related artwork. I wanted to create a whole set of horror paintings that I could potentially later on bring to, you know, if I wanted to exhibit at a horror con. There's a couple in, you know, in my area that that I've attended but never exhibited at. The streamer's Discord that I mentioned as a watercolor horror artist. Yeah, I want to check them out. As much of a comic book guy as I am, I love horror too, and that's always been a big part of the art that I do, and even some of the stories that I've made. He does stippling too, I think. Yeah, stippling. I haven't done that in a very long time, but I love doing that. I love stippling. I love pointillist art. I did one years ago for you know, for a college project. It was this gigantic, like, well, not, you know, gigantic for me because I don't work very big. Even when I work big, it's usually pretty small. But it was this sort of, oh jeez, it must have been like at least 2 feet by like 1.5 feet, you know, big, huge illustration board, pointillist drawing, collage of Muhammad Ali, boxer Muhammad Ali. And it took me forever, but I still, to this day, I'm really proud of how it came out. And that's not a common thing for me. It's very rare that something that I've done that long ago is something that I can still enjoy looking at. But very shortly after I completed that particular bit of artwork, my mother claimed it. It is now on her wall in her home in Florida, and it will probably be there for a very long time to come. Have I ever heard of Rotworks? No, I have not heard of that. I'm not sure what that is. Stippling is awesome. Okay. Now we're doing some more solid lines here. And now this is feeling more like my familiar territory for me, thankfully. Rotworks is a streamer that does stippling. He's kick ass with stippling. It's like it's a maze ball. Rotwork. Okay, I'll make a note of that. I may, if I don't remember, I may ask you to remind me again later. I have plenty of tools to write with right now, but I have absolutely no surface on which to write anything that is not currently covered with paint or ink. Playing Doom right now. For Vision's part, I gotta stick to as many technical lines as possible. This is another little uncanny valley type of thing where Vision is a character that has, by design, a lot of very technical, a lot of very intricate straight lines on his clothing and on his general person. This is not by accident in the comic or in the well, less so in the comic, but definitely in the movies and TV. It reinforces the aesthetic that Vision is an android, and that he was ultimately constructed. That is reinforced through all of these repetitious straight and curved lines. In identifiable patterns. Everything in the downtown. The art is incredible. Yeah, I'm always down for discovering new artists. Always want to do that. Always want to make new friends through art, that's for sure. Maybe not this, but certainly this. Okay. A little bit weird with the anatomy, but I don't know. My hands are usually, when I draw hands, it's usually hit or miss. Hey Sean, how's it going? Welcome back. I didn't expect you to be back, but I'm glad you're here. Friends is taking an art class that focuses on the anatomy of face expressions. Yeah, I wish I'd paid closer attention in all of those classes. It would have made doing what I do a lot easier. Oh, it's Ann. Hi, Ann. Welcome to the stream. We're wrapping up our WandaVision redemption artwork for this evening because of the previous one that I had done that I was very, very, very disappointed in and wanted to take another crack at. Yeah. Here. I think it's missing something. Missing something here. Could it be? Probably. Let's try this. Let's do an A trick. I'm not sure if it's doing the trick, but it's doing a trick. Okay. Whew. Little texture details and vision suit looking good. Thank you. It's a really complicated suit to try to recreate, so I'm trying not to either over or underdo it. Not easy at all. When it comes out right, it looks pretty cool, but yeah, it's a challenge. Texture in there, feel. I hope you're right. I certainly hope you're right. Let's see what else. Go over that again. Here's what I'm gonna do to make it. Not seem like the Android side of Vision is completely alien and weird. There we go. That ought to work. Give him a pupil, but you know, we'll give him a little Android pupil there. In the movie and on the show, they really just have Paul Bettany's actual eyes. Probably because Paul Bettany's got these deep blue eyes that you know, nobody would ever want to cover up anyway. And because full cover contact lenses, I'm told they're really uncomfortable. Probably. That's just a guess. Whew. What else? I want to cross-hatch this to death, but Okay, so hopefully be the last thing that I need to do. Nope. I gotta start marking these markers. Nope, that ain't it. That's the one. I think skill with getting the hair waves going the right way. Flu. Which is ironic because you usually need a steady hand for that, and I have a notoriously unsteady hand. At least I think I do. Sometimes you learn to work certain things to your advantage. Okay. This is why I wasn't sweating too much that maybe certain parts of the highlights that I had earlier were overblended. Because I was always going to come back through here with my secret weapon. The old white paint marker. When you absolutely positively have to achieve a completely opaque straight white line, except no substitute. And what this does is this immediately sets off the glow of all these other swirls and waves and things of that nature. I don't want to jinx it, but this paint marker is actually behaving quite a bit more than he normally does. Now, for thicker white lines, I got the old Sharpie, the old whiteout pen. Although I try not to use this one as much because it's a lot harder to control, a lot less disciplined. Yeah, well, see, if and when you actually do watch WandaVision, Karma, you may discover that having all of this magic is not all it's cracked up to be. That really is a very significant prevailing theme of the whole series, is that magic equals bad stuff happening. That is not a spoiler. That is something you find out very quickly. I'm gonna do some miscellaneous little dots, sparkles over here. I was gonna trot out my handy dandy toothbrush splatters, but I kind of overdo those, and I'd rather not do that for this. So I'm gonna do it the hard way. Have a little something like this. I like how it looks here anyway. There's still quite a bit of ink left in here. Whew. This also, what time is it there? It is 10 minutes to midnight here on the east coast of the country. But not to worry, we're almost done. Stream went about as long as I expected it to for tonight. There may be some tiny things here and there that I decide to do off stream, but for the most part, I think we did what we came here to do. Speaking of stippling, by the way, too bad WandaVision comes out on West Coast midnight, not East Coast. Wait a minute. It comes out on West Coast midnight? Oh, I forgot about that. Ugh. Oh, God. Wait a minute. That can't be right. I could have sworn I watched it last week before what would have been that time. I'm pretty sure I watched it before 3 a.m. last week. Or was it? Damn it. Oh well, at least that means nobody's gonna spoil it for me tonight. I can watch it tomorrow morning. Get a bowl of cereal and just watch it with breakfast. Birthday at midnight though. Oh, hey, happy birthday, Crystal. Jeez, thanks double for spending your birthday with me. That's pretty great. I appreciate it. Or spending the hours leading up to your birthday with me. Gift is a new WandaVision episode. Hey. It's a gift in that, you know, it'll be an enjoyable new episode to watch, I'm sure. At the same time, I have a feeling there's going to be some things going down on this particular new episode. I think the chess pieces got moved in place the last couple of weeks without spoiling anything in particular. I think a lot of the chess pieces got moved into place in the last week or two, and I have a feeling all hell's breaking loose tonight. And if it ain't tonight, it'll definitely be next week. There's 3 more episodes left. If Game of Thrones has taught me anything, it's that the episode right before the last episode is the all hell breaks loose episode. The second to last episode of the season is the all hell breaks loose episode. Yeah, back before Game of Thrones screwed themselves over, or the producers of Game of Thrones anyway, that was always the episode I look forward to the most. It was always the second to last episode of the season. That's always when something unbelievably, something absolutely ridiculously over the top happened. The Red Wedding in Game of Thrones was the second to last episode of that season. And if you'd read the books, you knew it was coming. Have I ever done any Game of Thrones art? For Sketchbook Saturday, yes, I have. Way back when, and when both Sketchbook Saturday itself and the show were relatively new, I did what I still consider to be a pretty good Arya Stark portrait. And I have, for Sketchbook Saturday, I have done Jon Snow, which came out okay. I have done Daenerys riding Drogon in a 2-page spread, which came out pretty good. I was drawing that while chaperoning my niece's Sweet 16 party, so my attention was probably divided. I did one of the Night King, which came out okay. It was alright. Current series watches Sherlock Holmes and BBC. I really need to watch that, man. I really need to watch that show. As somebody who at a certain point really thought that they were going to pull the trigger on casting Benedict Cumberbatch as the Doctor in Doctor Who, that was about the time I started following him as an actor. Yeah, I've been wanting to get into that show for a while. I have a hard time watching a series of movies in one sitting. Sherlock has me hooked. I've been trying to catch up on a lot of shows old and new. Man, I really got carried away with these swirls, didn't I? Once you start doing this stuff, it is addictive. I'm starting to watch Star Trek for the very first time. Which Star Trek are you watching? Another original series? Yeah, my best friend is he's all about original series Trek. He is my go-to guy for any especially he's my go-to guy for any Trek trivia, but especially original series. That's his jam. That's what he grew up on. I occasionally I'll plug another friend of mine, I'll plug another friend of mine who is a really great art streamer. If you follow Elaine's Art Buffet here on Twitch, she does a lot of cool watercolor painting. But she also hosts Watch Together from time to time for Star Trek: The Next Generation. She hosted one today, which I would have attended, but I was here streaming. But it's through her Watch Togethers that I've started getting a little bit more into Next Generation, which is a lot of fun. That show's a lot of fun. And yeah, most shows in general are, not all, but a lot of shows tend to be more fun when you watch them with some buddies. Sometimes you want to watch a show by yourself, and that's cool too, but if anything, this year's necessity, this year's stay at home has brought about a greater necessity for watch parties of all kinds. It tested a lot of it tested the ability of a lot of services to handle the demand for more watch parties and more watch together things, more watch together accessibility. Some platforms like Discord ended up thriving and ended up becoming a go-to place for that sort of thing. And other places that were on the borderline sort of, crashed and burned under the pressure. Cast! I think that was what was missing. Definitely there's a need for highlights in general here. Alright, because I am curious, Crystal, I promise you, I believe you when you say what time the new WandaVision is supposed to be premiering. This is nothing to do with anything you said. I just gotta know, and I'm checking Disney Plus right now because I am curious. And because I cannot remember what time I watched it last week. And it's not up yet, so I guess it must have been... man, I was up really late last week. I must have been up really late last week to have watched that, right when it came out. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess I'm watching it tomorrow. Okay. Now, this is somewhat of a cheat, but it's a good cheat. And that is all of these sparkles that I threw on here, on all of these little magic swirls. If you notice, I tried to concentrate a lot of them around areas where the black paint was thinner, where it revealed some of the gray underneath. When I put these sparkles, these dots, these white dots around those areas, it gives you enough visual shorthand to imply that those dots are little bits of light, and the reason why the paint is lighter here is because it's meant to show a glowing effect. That is what we call making lemonade out of lemons, I guess. And turning, questionable technique into sound technique, or relatively sound technique. Let me get this tape off of here and ink this last tiny little corner over here that's been bugging me all night. Here we go. What say you, my friends? Does this look finished to you guys? WandaVision finally did something that did them justice. Today is that'll work. The glow effect and strategy pulled the whole painting together. Yeah, I'm glad it ended up working out the way that it did. I'm gonna do one last thing. I'll try to do one last thing, and that is just add a little bit more character to this gray. I know that seems contradictory, but you can always add more depth. I think a bigger concern is that there's probably some other colors besides gray in there. But just so that this isn't just a one flat color sitting over here. Streams are wonderful, but awesome to see you create and hang out. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it is pretty damn late here on the East Coast. But I would like to thank all of you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking it out almost from beginning to end, guys. You have no idea how much more enjoyable doing all of this stuff is when there's some activity in the chat and there's some interested and like-minded people to bounce ideas off of and to generally converse with. It makes a difference. It matters. And since we're all about making friends through art, then it would be a pretty hollow thing. It would be a pretty hollow thing for me to just sit here and knock out artwork for, absolutely no reason and absolutely no audience. This is certainly preferable, and I thank you all. I thank you all for being here. I will be back on Saturday for Sketchbook Saturday. Don't know what I'm doing for that, but I'm sure it'll be something fun. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your week. Anybody who is a newcomer, if you're interested in following, you can follow me here and you can follow me elsewhere. I am Epic Benjamin J on all of the social medias. That would include Instagram, Twitter, and Twitch. And I am currently archiving previous streams on YouTube. So you can find me on YouTube as well. I'm Epic Benjamin J on that as well. Please give that a look. There's some interesting growing pains in these past 6 months of streaming. I'll tell you that much. And some things I'm proud of, and some things I'm proud that I got better at. Try to bring another raid Saturday when the time links up again. I hope you have a good night. I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much for your support, Karma and Crystal and Sean and Ann. I know you're out there too, and anybody else who stuck around. I appreciate you all, and you make this whole thing a lot more fun. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Till then, I want you to make sure you never, ever, ever, ever stop making friends through art. You make friends through art, and this is what can happen. It kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? At least I hope it does. And in the event that it doesn't, I got no problem reminding you all. Never stop making friends through art. Have a good rest of your week, and until I see you all again, everybody, please, please, please remember, stay safe, laugh hard, ride fast, be kind.